to deal with everything all at once. So what I wanted to do here was I wanted to really kind of deal with this in between here. So what I want to do is I was going to talk about this before, but I decided to go ahead and separate this off and talk about it tonight because we had a fully stacked program last night and there was just so much to cover. So I just want you to understand this is a real thing I want you to check out here. Folks, it would be comical if it weren't real. And I want to go back and I want to cover this because this is made it all the way to what the South China news and whatnot. But in this phony, fabricated thing about Asians being targeted in America, many of you have heard by now that there was, in one of these incidents that occurred, it just so happens that there were some doormen standing around. It just so happens that that occurred. And it was one of those things where you take a look at that and these folks are really serious. The doormen are now being told they're fired because they did not come and interfere in a situation. Now, for those of you who, for example, you have never gotten a concealed carry license, for example, in concealed carry class, they tell you if you see a domestic situation, do not interfere, call the police. How many stories have we heard? Those of you who work at Walmart, Target, Best Buy, any retailer, what are they going to tell you? If there's an incident, are you instructed that it is part of your job duties to leave the job? Listen to me. Listen to me. Have any of you been told that it was part of your job duties to leave the job? Number one, you have to leave the premises, leave the job, put your safety in danger. I mean, take a look at how many things that they're saying here. You must leave the job as part of your job duties, put yourself in danger as part of your job duties, interfere in a situation that you are totally unaware of, put you and the employer at risk of liability. In a situation you know nothing about, they are now saying for the first time ever, I'm White and I Say So has just taken on Looney Tunes cartoonish proportions. They understand what they're really saying here. These doormen, this incident is happening off their premises, and they got fired because they didn't interfere in something that had nothing to do with them or their job. They already have lawyers, they already got union representation. But I want you to understand the precedent is being set. Remember, as I informed you about the 5 steps to Nazi Germany, this is step number 3 here. I know I told you last night we're at step number 5, but this is the execution of step number 3, where the media sits up here and makes out some outlandish, unbelievable standard that you will be held to. Now, nobody else is being held to this. Folks, how many black folk have been murdered all over America? Will you show me the people who ran in to stop George Zimmerman? Will you show me the people who ran in to stop Geronimo Yanez, Darren Wilson, Daniel Pentalio? Show me where those people ran in to do that. And the media never once put the onus for stopping an attack on black people on the bystanders. That's the point I'm telling you. Black people have been getting murdered forever. And the media has never, ever, even once said that, well, all these people standing around should have done something. Nobody has ever said that. Nobody. Nobody. Understand that. Nobody has ever told these other folk that they need to step in and interfere to help Black people. We've been getting lynched for 2 centuries. The media has never said there needs to be action taken against people who do not intervene to stop Black people from being harmed, Black women from being harmed. In these Asian stores, when they're assaulting Black people, you're told that you're a criminal if you stop them. You're being told that you're a criminal, but that's not what's being said here. They are now saying if you're Black, you are basically obligated. On the one hand, now understand something, Brother Neely Fuller was so ahead of his time when he said this, that white supremacy takes both sides of an argument. So brothers and sisters, remember what I told you before. I reminded you about this here a few weeks ago here. White supremacy taking both sides of the argument here, that no matter what you do, you're guilty either which way it goes. You're in trouble either which way it goes. If you comply, you're in the wrong. If you resist, you're in the wrong. If you do as you are told, you're in the wrong. If you don't comply, you're in the wrong. You can find yourself arrested for following the law, but you could also equally you're equally at risk of being arrested for not doing it. And that's exactly where it is right now. That's exactly where it is right now. If you do as they say, you can be arrested. And if you don't, you can get in trouble if you do, and you can get in trouble if you don't. That's the perfect situation to have someone in, where it doesn't matter which way you go, they can make sure you're guilty. So if these doormen had run out there and interfered, what would their employer have said? If they run out there and interfered and then the place they worked for got sued, what would the employer have done? He would have fired them. Walk this through, people. If they had done what these folks are talking about and interfered, they would have fired them. They would have fired them. Understand that. They would have fired them and said, you shouldn't have done that. You should have called the police. No matter what was happening to her, you should have called the police. Now that they didn't do it, they're saying, why didn't you run out there? Wait a minute, that's not part of my job duties. I'm not a police officer. I am not civil defense. These are not part of my job duties. So Black people are being held to extraordinary standards. Now you've got people literally saying that when you go on the job, you are expected to do things that have nothing to do with your job, even that put you in harm's way. And not only that, but we will stand by it and enforce this unreasonable expectation. We will enforce this extraordinary expectation that we have never stated for anybody. People, this is a violation of labor law at every single level. These men were not fired for anything that had to do with their job. You just made it up here that they need to be the vigilantes. They just need to be vigilantes. Now they're saying that being a vigilante is a requirement of your job duties as a Black person. Now, white people are not required to be vigilantes. If Black folk are being assaulted, white people are not required to drop what they're doing, put themselves in harm's way, and intervene. They are not required to do that. Not at all. I want you to understand, think about the message that this sends to young Black people. Think about the message that this sends. That as a Black person, you're obligated to be a good Samaritan. You're obligated to put yourself in harm's way, even though the requirements of the employers, the insurance requirements, because understand something, if they had walked out there and gotten themselves killed, and this guy was a convicted killer, and if he had gotten out there and killed them, they would have been arguing, we don't have to pay the insurance because you violated the workplace rules by going out and interfering in a situation that you were not involved in. So we don't have to pay you anything. We don't have to pay for your medical bills. We don't have to do anything because you walked out there and interfered in something that you were not involved in. This is where the hell we're at today. If you demand, now I want you all to think about something for a moment here. If they can demand that Black people interfere in random domestic incidents, people, what's next? Think about this. I mean, they're now telling you that this place is trying to tell you in New York City that, oh, there is no such thing as a job description. As a Black person, you are to take on unlimited liability, unlimited risk to yourself. Think about that for a few moments. So if they can require you to get involved in a domestic incident that is happening off the premises of your job and you are not trained, people, these guys are not trained bodyguards. They're not police officers, they're not trained bodyguards. They may have physical or health issues. How are you going to require them to, quote, interfere, and they are not trained nor equipped to do so? Think about that for a few moments. They're neither trained nor equipped to interfere in a situation like this. And you're going to fire them for something that you didn't hire them for. You didn't hire them to interfere in off-premises incidents. You didn't hire that. But we're now being told you can be fired for not doing that. Think about that for a few moments. Think about that. Now, the fellas have already contacted their union and everything else, and the union's on top of it. But what I'm telling you all is, think about the ridiculous precedent they're trying to set, that they can demand that the Black employees, only the Black ones, not anybody else, only the Black employees will be required to risk life and limb and interfere in random domestic incidents everywhere. Only the Black employees. Next question is, who gets to decide that? Who? Who gets to determine where the limit is? Where are your lawmakers to jump in and say, hey, you can't do that? You don't hear them, Bill de Blasio and the rest of them, they were talking about them guys should have done something. Where are the lawmakers? Who gets to decide what the hell the limit is? Okay, so if you're working at McDonald's in Brooklyn, and there's a mugging across the street of an Asian woman, you're supposed to drop the fries, jump out of the drive-through window, and go sprinting across the road to help? I mean, you know that's what they're saying now, right? So if you witness a carjacking of an Asian person, because Black people are not protected, all right, but if you witness a carjacking, you as a Black person, you are obligated. You're obligated as a Black person to drop what you're doing. So if you work at Krispy Kreme, you got to drop the donuts, hurry up and take off your apron, and go sprinting across the sidewalk to intervene. This is what they're saying. This is what they're saying. They're saying that this is the standard now, is that it doesn't matter what your actual occupation is, you are now mandated as a Black person, only as a Black person, you have to do that. That this is a rule for Negroes. Black folk are held to this rule. Now, nobody else will be held to this rule, especially if you are in trouble. But as a Black person, oh, now it is, if you're Black, you have to do that. So if you 300 pounds with a health condition, you're supposed to stop what you're doing and go out and go tangle with some assailants and hope for the best. Think about this for a few moments. Who gets to, if we allow this, who gets to put the damn limits on it? You are going to your job working at a clothing store, and they're telling you that your job now is to interfere in every domestic. Your job is not to call the police. Your job is to that because the victim is not black. Because whenever the victim is black, they just say, "Oh well, that just sucks for them." But because the victim is Asian, you as a black person are obligated to intervene for Asians. Asians are not obligated to intervene for you, which is in direct contradiction of every piece of labor law and everything else we've been taught. Everybody who's been taught at the job, you are taught not to get involved in incidents that happen off the premises. You're not trained, you're not equipped. You are inviting liability to yourself and the employer. You are inviting risk of physical harm, injury, or death to yourself and others. You are told if there's an incident, you call the police. Simply because it was happening outside their door, all of a sudden the doormen are supposed to transform into security, general security. Understand, I'm white and I say so is in full effect. I'm white and I say so is in full effect. This has got chilling ramifications when you think about it. This has chilling ramifications when you think about it. That they can actually sit here and make this something that they want to enforce is chilling ramifications. We're going to go ahead and take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. Before we do, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to tonight's program, either by PayPal or Cash App. Your support is very much appreciated here in New Black Media Appreciation Month. Thank you very much for that. We are going to take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. When we come back, more on this topic. This is the Black Channel.
Within us is a powerful spirit, a God-given spirit. It's a spirit that empowers us to oppose demonic white supremacy, a spirit that motivates us to eradicate racist lies with Black truth. This spirit was alive during the rebellion of 1811. The spirit catapults us towards righteous justice. This is the spirit our opponents fear. Is the spirit of 1811 alive in you? Visit us at spiritoff1811publishing.com. Buy our novel, War of the Heart, on sale today at Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Spirit of 1811 Publishing. Our story, our family.
Aliens descend upon the city and discover melanin. They notice the people. They exploit the people.
Why are you doing this to me?
Because I enjoy it. And because I can.
What type of payment do you want?
Do you see me? I have the best. I want the best. And I deserve the best.
Join us for the new drug you can find on YouTube at The Urban Gods, spelled with a Z, channel on YouTube.
Yes, for less than $100, ladies, the Diva Bundle is going to change your life. You're going to get the best of both worlds. You're going to get one ankle band that's going to be good for toning your stomach, enhancing your butt. 3 booty band that's going to have that backside that looks so good from behind. It's going to be fuller, rounder, and you get 1 power band that's going to be good for working your upper body, stretching for $79. You can travel anywhere with this. It's going to give you a nice balanced physique, but still emphasize that butt to be right. $79. Go right now to SolomonFitnessWorld.com and enter discount code Fluent Radio and save 15% on your bundle order.
She said she had a big fee. She had a parking ticket to pay off. That was around $300. And he said, okay, I'll help you out with that a little bit. So he intentionally tried to put in $30, but he fat fingered the hell out of this and put in $3,000 and sent the money off to her by mistake. And when he finally realized what happened, and he, of course, he was messaging her, calling her, no reply. And after about 500 calls later and 10,000 texts later, Well, he just realized she was all gone.
This is the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. Glad to be with you all here this evening as we discuss the fact that the rules done changed. Every Black person in America now, if an Asian person is attacked, regardless of your job duties, you are now obligated to come to their aid. This sounds like some 21st century slave codes. As a Black person, you are obligated to come to the aid of any non-Black person, even at the risk of life and limb. You are now obligated to do that. And if you do not do it, you will be punished. You'll be punished if you don't do it, even though it's not your job, even though you're not trained, even though we all understand that workplace rules have always said don't ever get involved in something that's not happening on your job. Contact the police. They're the ones who are supposed to get involved. And now you are being told you must. Now you're being told you must. So I want to ask you all about this right here. I want to ask what you think, because understand something. They're serious about doing this. They're already doing this now in New York, and you will see this in other places. This was done to send a message to Black people. I don't know how else to say it. This was done for the purposes of sending a message to all of us that we are no longer even citizens. We are simply indentured servants and disposable help. That we are here for the purposes of serving the rest of society. And so what they're doing now is this is the fifth step of Nazi Germany, where they're instituting vigilante type rule. There is no law that says we have to do that. As a matter of fact, the law protects us from this. But they are now saying, well, we're instituting our own unwritten, unofficial law. It was an official law, but it's unwritten, unvoted on, unratified. We are now invoking an unwritten law, new rule. Black people are the servants of everyone else. It is your job to protect the physical well-being of everyone else. It is no one's job to protect yours. You have no rights and you have nothing to protect you. Everybody else has the right to that. But I want to know what you all think. So, for that reason, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the Blackest Radio program in existence, the only one of its kind on planet Earth today. I want you to call me up and I want you to tell me here, if you think that these men should have interfered, I want you to call me up and explain. Call me up and explain to all of us, why is it that they should have interfered? If you believe they should have, quote, done something other than call the police themselves, what do you think they should have? If you agree with this, let me know. I want you to call up and explain to all of us if you agree with that, if that's really what you agree with. If you don't, well, you're welcome to give us a call as well also. But just understand that these folks here, they're sending a message to Black people. They're sending a message to Black people that you can wear your suits, you can wear your ties, you can do whatever, but we are going to criminalize you, even if it's for things we told you not to, that you obeyed the law. These gentlemen obeyed the law. They obeyed their employer's rules and then got punished for it. So if you agree with this, Jason, they should have did something out there. You shouldn't let it get beat down like that. Okay, give me a phone call. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the Black Channel. Let's get caller from area code 860. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, what's up, Mr. Authority? It's me, Ro, from 860. Like, one thing I noticed about the situation is that they want the people to, like, be the police. We say defund the police, so they're trying to make us the police indirectly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's irony of ironies. You're absolutely correct here. That's what they're doing here. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 404. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Doug from Atlanta.
Doug from Atlanta. What's on your mind?
So it's mandated for me to interfere in any wrongdoing being done against Asians, while at the same time I can be arrested for interfering in any wrongdoing done against my own Black woman. Ask that brother in Chicago who busted out that window in an Asian store, as well as the brother who shot back at the police officers that killed Breonna Taylor. Right?
Correct. Absolutely.
Correct. Okay.
You can't do that. You can protect everyone's life and safety, except, as a matter of fact, now it's mandatory. You must put yourself in harm's way for everyone else except yourself. So now we're back to the old slave codes. Yesterday we were Dred Scott. Now we're back to the old slave codes now. You are allowed to fight and kill and die for white people. You can go fight in their wars. You can go put yourself in harm's way. You can get yourself killed for them. But no one is required to do it for you, and you're not allowed to do it for yourself in defense of your life against other people. That you can't do. So we pretty much figured it out, brother. We figured it out. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, we cracked the code. We figured it out. That's what it is. Caller from area code 708. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Angela, and I'm calling from Norland. Hello?
Yes, turn off your speakers.
My apologies.
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
New Orleans.
Okay, New Orleans. Your name is Angela. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I'm just pretty much wanting to say to pretty much all the Black people, this is what we get, this type of treatment, because we're constantly allowing people to infiltrate into our society, into our nation, and into our culture. So when we start allowing people to infiltrate, this is the type of shit that we got to deal with. So just like Brother John Henry Clark said, we have no friends. We don't have no friends. So Black people, y'all need to get on top of y'all business and stay on coast. Simple and plain. Thank you for taking my call, brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Let me get caller from area code 409. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, what's good, man? It's L. I'm calling out of Texas.
L out of Texas. We're at in Texas.
Port Arthur, Texas, brother.
Port Arthur, Texas. I know it well. What's on your mind, brother?
It's really funny how they expecting these men to go out there and defend this woman, and you know that as soon as they would have put their hands on her, or put their hands on that man, if he would have gotten hurt, they would have fired them, and they wouldn't have been able to get their jobs back because they would have defended it, saying, "Hey, you know you're not supposed to go out there and touch anybody."
Oh,
so apparently the rules are changed.
Oh, brother, I'll go even further than that. As a matter of fact, I want folks to understand something there, because what you're touching on is actually a pretty good point there to make. You all understand, if these fellas had walked out there to quote unquote assist this woman, do you realize that she very easily could have sat there and said that all of them had attacked her?
Exactly.
She could be on some Central Park 5 stuff. All of them Negroes attacked me. All I saw was feet and fists. I don't know. I saw 3 or 4 people around me. They were all attacking me. And the police, even with the video, would still have gone to arrest them. They would have had to go to court and prove that they didn't actually do that. So I just want you all to understand, that's the game that would have been played there. I want you to understand how far this can actually go. Because we have to sit down and talk about this and think about this for a few minutes. But if they had done that, she very easily could have sat there and been like, yeah, all you niggas grabbed me. All of them did it. All of them. They were all involved. And they would have pursued it and treated it like that.
They could have done about it.
They would have treated it just like that. Just like I just said, that's the way that they would have treated it. They would have treated it exactly the same way. So they did the only thing that they could do. We now understand. Every time we evade the law, they make a new rule to grab us. Now it is, nigga, if you breathing, we can get you. That's what it is. They showed up for work and they got fired for doing their job. Their job is to serve that building. Their job is not to go around and play vigilante with the general public. And they got fired, not for abandoning the job. They got fired because they didn't abandon the job. Man, white supremacy is a cold ass game.
And that's after they checked on her afterwards. And they flagged down the cops to make sure she was okay. So that still wasn't enough.
Nope.
So in my book, they did everything they could. They did everything correct. They changed the rule book. Well, they haven't changed the rule book. This is how it's always been with us. I don't know why we're acting like something's new. You know, I look at it like Malcolm said back in the day. You know, he wasn't a Democrat or Republican and wasn't even an American that had sense enough to know it.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get call of Mary Code 929. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, my name is Daryl Ferguson. I'm calling from Chicago.
All right, Daryl from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Jason, this is another classic example of the double standard. And it's amazing how we haven't understood that yet. And those gentlemen did the proper thing, just like to chime in with the other gentlemen who did their job, and they still get fired.
They did this to set a precedent. This was sent to send a message. This was done to send a message to everybody out there, particularly black men, that this is to send an unspoken message that you are only protected if you will be punished if you don't take action to protect everyone else. You have to protect your job is to put your life and limb on the line for everyone else except yourself. Now you can't do that. You can't do that. This is, I mean, think about it. I mean, you understand what they're doing here. This is, well, the next time a group of black males see something like that happen, what's that supposed to do to them? How are they supposed to feel about that the next time they see something like this occur? Why they're going to be they're going to be sitting there thinking, well, I really can't get involved because I'm not trained, I'm not equipped. This man could be a killer, but if I don't, I'll lose my job. So this is to put you in a situation where it's like, okay, you are here to serve and we're threatening you at every level. That is exactly what it is. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get call of Mary Code 313. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Coach Cheese, Jason. What's going on?
Coach Cheese calling from where?
I'm calling from Detroit.
Coach Cheese from Detroit. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, man, this makes no sense at all. I mean, but like you said, white supremacy is a cold game. They change the rules in the middle of the game every time. So as black people, we shouldn't expect nothing less but for them to do what they do. That's all I wanted to say, brother, and be one.
Next stop, man, they're going to be telling you that they're going to arrest you because you didn't rob the liquor store. That's the next thing. I want y'all to mark my words. Next, they're going to be telling you that they arrested you because you did not commit a crime, and you should have. If they can tell you that you can do this type of violation, next they'll be saying that they arrested you because you did not commit a crime when you had the opportunity to do so. I know it sounds like some Alice in Wonderland stuff, but that's where this is going. Call from Mary Code 202. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Lisa from Silver Spring, Maryland.
Lisa from Silver Spring, Maryland. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to make a comment. It's a perfect, well, it mirrors what's happening right now. I worked in a DC hotel back in, I think, 99 or 2000, and it was an event at the hotel, and it was an altercation, and it was a man and woman fighting in the lobby, and one of the clerks from the hotel intervened, and he ended up being murdered. So the gentleman at the hotel that did not step in and take action did the right thing, because in the end of the night, that hotel clerk, just like you said, he was not trained, he intervenes, and there is hotel security, especially when you get into the larger, more upscale hotels. They have a command center, and especially in DC, you have the president that comes through, and it's just they have trained facility or trained staff there, male and female, patrolling every part of the hotel. I've been there when not Ronald Reagan, but Bush came into the hotel, Clinton, and so I believe that they should get sued. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say the name of the hotel.
Well, no, we don't need that. But certainly, I mean, these gentlemen, like I say, there's been a follow-up on this stuff, so they have taken action through the union and whatnot, and certainly this will not stand. But here's the real thing I want you to understand. Let me ask you a question here. How old are you?
I'm in my early 50s.
Okay. You do understand this applies to you too, right? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It doesn't. It don't matter. I mean, understand something. I want you all to understand. First, we're going to do it with your job, but it doesn't matter where you are. We can make this a requirement. Understand something, because I wanted to get into this right now tonight, because I may change tonight's program title 3 or 4 times. There is something in most states that is generally called a Good Samaritan law in most states in America. They have some variation of it. Now, some states may have a stronger Good Samaritan law than others. But long story short, most states in America, not all, but most, do have some variation of what is called a Good Samaritan law or Good Samaritan statute. Now, at its base, it simply states that you could be held liable or punished, fined, or whatever if you fail to assist somebody who is obviously in distress and needs, if you fail to render aid to somebody who is obviously in distress. Now, it usually is reserved only for really serious situations, life-threatening situations. You're on a country road and somebody has had an accident. A motorcyclist has had an accident and they hit a tree and they're laying over there bleeding, and you just zoom on by at 60 miles an hour. You could very likely have run afoul of the Good Samaritan law. And New York has Good Samaritan statutes. But just understand, those are already on the books and already out there. Now, while Good Samaritan statutes at this point do not generally have a criminal connotation to them, that is, they do not make it a crime to not render aid. Although you could find yourself, I mean, it's a misdemeanor, but you could find yourself liable. But it's a misdemeanor. But understand, at this point, that's a different matter. I'm saying, do you understand? You say, well, I don't work at that place. But I'm not even talking about a job. I want you all to understand, this could be done to you, and it doesn't have to be on the job. Do you understand?
Definitely something.
You 50 years old. You 50 years old with your bad knees and your crickety elbow, and your old coach bag, and you're getting on the bus for half fare. And I get that. And they will expect you to get your ass out there with Tiny Zeus Lister, rest in peace, brother. They're gonna expect you to get your ass out there with Nathan Jones or Brian Urlacher. And you need to do something. And if you don't, we got it on video that you should, quote, do something without anyone stating what the, quote, do something is. I want you to understand. And the fact that you are not a, quote, unquote, employee, the reason why I brought up the Good Samaritan law is I want you all to understand, they already got that covered. Well, I just won't work at that place. Oh, no. This is already law. This has nothing to do with being a job. It's already law.
Well, grandma has babies to feed. I do have a coach bag, but not on the bus. And unless I'm getting one of these cash cows after I rescue somebody, I will call the police and leave it at that. B1, thank you.
Black First, thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. No, folks, I mean, I'm giving you the 720 degrees of analysis that you receive nowhere else. 10 ton, definitely. Just understand, you ain't going to be safe. This isn't an employment issue. I'm putting it in employment context, but this isn't an employment issue. You can be held responsible or you could be held liable for failing to render aid to someone in need. Yes, you can. That is not part of a job duty or an occupation. This is already something that can be used against you in society. Now, don't expect it to be used if you're a Black person who's harmed by non-Black people. Don't expect Good Samaritan laws to ever be invoked under those circumstances. They never have been, and they never will be. Caller from area code 803. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Caller from 803, last try, you're on live. Caller from 803 has been abducted. Caller from area code 571, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
So, Jason, how you doing? My name is Fred.
Okay, take your phone off of speaker, folks. Okay, let's not call up with your phones on speaker. People know I can hear you. I'll give you a couple of seconds to get off the speaker and let's get it together.
I did take it off speaker. I just didn't go through. That's all.
All right, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Craig Rumble. I'm calling from Arlington, Virginia.
Craig from Arlington, Virginia. What's on your mind?
Actually, you're dead on tonight with tonight's show because I have an incident that happened in 2009, which I'm still fighting legally, and which in New Jersey, the cops are required to have videos on their dash. So when they make a stop, and I had an incident where a cop was trying to get me out the camera. He was acting real belligerent. So he basically had something up his sleeve, and he was trying to get me out the camera, in which by New Jersey law, we were supposed to stay in front of the camera. And because I didn't move, he wanted me to come to the back of the car to talk to him to get me away from the camera. And I said, no, talk to me in front of the camera. He said, no, come to the back of the car. He was real belligerent, going crazy. And I said, no, talk to me in front of the camera, and I'm not leaving the camera. And he said to me, if you don't come to the back of the car, I'm going to arrest you. And I said, well, I'm not leaving the back of the car. I'm not leaving the camera. You're going to talk to me here. And don't you know he came and he arrested me and charged me for disorderly conduct. And up to this day, I'm still fighting this case because what he did is he actually abducted me. When he took me to the police station, he never entered the case into the system. And ever since that day I exposed that, it has been a war ever since with me and New Jersey officials to the point that I eventually got kicked out of town. I got beaten, all of that, and threats to leave town. And I had to leave New Jersey and hiding out in Virginia, and I'm still fighting. So what you're saying about I'm white and I'm say so, I'm going through that right now as we speak.
Well, that is nationwide there, and definitely you did the right thing. You stay in front of the camera. You don't let them do anything where they can't see it. And this is a threat that we face everywhere. As Millie Fuller said, you are behind enemy lines. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 323. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, good evening, brother Jason. This is Brother Elijah from Las Vegas calling by way of Towson, Maryland.
Okay, Brother Elijah, we want to make sure we restrict that to one phone call per weekend here so we can let everybody get in. So thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. But folks, if you called in Saturday, please refrain from calling back in. We got a bunch of people on the line. Everybody wants to speak, but we definitely want to make sure we get through as many people as we can, to get as many voices as we can. Caller from area code 510, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Tony calling from Union City.
Tony from Union City, what's on your mind?
Well, Jason, man, you spot on, you stay on, you batting 100. So what I see is corporations is bringing their tactics outside of the four walls and putting it out on the street. So let me explain. So out here, when you're working for big corporations out here in the Bay Area, if you're a black woman or a black man, you can make it up the chain. You can be 6 figures all you want. As long as you suppress black people, that is the code that they speak out here. And if you get caught educating black people at the bottom, your stripes will be stripped. And that's a tactic that they're putting outside into the streets, brother.
Thank you very much for giving us the call tonight. Please do give us the call again, folks. I mean, basically, this is a code of meritorious manumission. I don't think I do. All right, let me see here. I think I got an overseas caller. Let me see that country code. Is this Britain on the line?
Yes, sir, brother Jason, brother Jeff.
This is my man, brother Jeff, from over there in London. What's on your mind, brother?
Bro, Jason, I'm so angry. I'm going to calm down. This what you got to do is outrageous. This nonsense, this anti-Asian crap. It's outrageous. I'm a question for Mayor de Blasio. During Eric Garner's murder 6 years ago, by that savage Danny Bertoglio, if the bystanders charged and dragged him off, they'd been arrested. Last year, he was killed by a demonic satanic degenerate called Derek Chauvin. If the bystanders dragged him off, would they have been arrested? It's just a question for these savages. I'm outraged at the double standards that you're undergoing. It's outrageous. It really is. It's disgusting.
Now they're telling us that we have to jump in and play vigilante if an Asian is attacked. So now they have taken it beyond the police. They are mandating it that the average citizen is deputized, but only to come to the defense of Asians. No one is being required to be deputized and mandated that they come to the defense of Black people. This is where we're at right now. And folks are going to try to say this is a one-time incident. People, this is not a one-off. It will not be a one-off. I am telling you all specifically, keep your eyes on the Good Samaritan statutes. Keep your eye. These seem to be otherwise arcane little, disposable laws and statutes that were made centuries ago. Yeah, but they're still on the books. They are still in effect, and they're only occasionally used. But you're going to mark my words. You are going to start seeing these as Black people, as they run out of laws for Black people to break, because Black people stop breaking them. Now they're just going to start pulling out anything and everything. And now you're being told here, you must render aid to Asians, even if it's not part of your job, even if you're physically handicapped. It is no longer, if you see a situation, call the police. It's now, if you see something, get in there and fight.
Jason, stand strong. But SAF family, we have this in London, but everywhere. We love you, we support you, we back you up, and don't let them break you because you're strong to survive much greater than this. So they can't break you. They can try, but it won't work. And I've to tell you why they're doing this, Jason. As you know, the trial of Meritorious is going currently right now in America, as you know. I find it strange that this anti-Asian crap has occurred simultaneously. Is that a coincidence? No, it's not. They're trying to create an atmosphere that if they find virtual innocence, that there's an anti-Black sentiment in America. That's what they're trying to do. That's what this is all about. It's come something like a nefarious scheme to create atmosphere against you people. So if virtual is found not guilty, you have no sympathy. That's my analysis of this.
Yeah, I mean, we spent the last few years, we made white supremacy part of the lexicon. Even the national news media has had to stop using the word racism, and they now use the term white supremacy. We put white supremacy on the ropes. So now this is their counteroffensive to say, okay, since every time we talk about Black folk, the subject comes back to white supremacy. We are here in a desperate attempt to change the subject, which is why we keep putting the spotlight on this, because putting the light on this is how you show people that they're not going to get away with that. We're articulating it, we're showing all the holes in it, and it's already beginning to break down. It is already beginning to break down. So they tried it. Look, I warned everybody, look, they're going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at us. They're going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at us now. And we just need to be prepared for it and keep busting through it, which is why you got the Black media for that. I'll let you have the last word, brother.
Yeah. Just a brother from London, B1 to the family, the SAF family, and RP to Marvin Hagler and DMX. Jason, stay strong. From SAF family, get reparations, and stay strong and stay focused. B1 family from London. Take care.
Black first, brother. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. This is Brother Jeff from London. Let me get call off Mary Code 303. You're on live with the Black channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Dred Scott from Denver, Colorado.
Dred Scott from Denver, what's on your mind?
First, let me thank you for yesterday's broadcast. I really appreciate the title. But it really got me to thinking because we are at step 5 in steps to Nazi Germany, and I was wondering, because if they flat out kill everybody and put in the cattle cars, we already know that will be a bad image. So I was thinking about technology. What do you think about replacing the black workers with these robots?
Well, I mean, you have to understand that that's a part of commerce to begin with. They're always going to try to rig the system and rig the rules to be able to make sure that black folk are always disproportionately affected, harmed, and disadvantaged compared to other people. Now, when you talk about things like, cattle cars and whatnot, me and Nilly Fuller have been trying to tell people now for years, we've been waiting for that cattle cars moment, and that's not what's going to happen. Because unlike Nazi Germany, where they picked you up and took you to the prison, in America, the society is the prison. That's the point. The society is the prison. Nilly Fuller refers to prisons or jails as, quote, greater confinement. And I actually agree with that. But the society is the prison. The society is the prison. And if you happen to get put into a conventional jail or state penitentiary, you are now in greater confinement. But the reality is, I mean, like the video of the brother, he was a military officer in Virginia up there, and the police pulled him over because he's driving a nice Tahoe. That's the real reason. That you're in there's the prison. The brother who got off the phone here a little while ago, there's the prison. That this is these fellas here. You better help the Asians or the system will come together to deprive you of your livelihood. This is the prison. So the entire society is the prison. There's not going to be a cattle cars moment. They're smarter than that. It's more sophisticated than that now. They don't need cattle cars anymore. So just understand, we're already at the cattle cars moment. We're already there. We've already got mass incarceration. We already got that. And everybody, while they're talking about lifting the laws on weed and whatnot, they're not talking about releasing anybody who's been incarcerated for it. If you were incarcerated, oh well. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get call from area code 360. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is JC calling out of Vancouver, Washington again, brother Jason.
Okay, JC out of Vancouver. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I like to kind of go to the point. You kind of talk about how, a lot of these companies, now I've worked with a lot of different companies, and I know companies and even schools, every place has like these code of conduct or rule books on behavior and what you should do in certain situations. And it doesn't surprise me, but it just goes to show you they didn't have anything else to get the brothers on. So so they use that, like you said, I'm white, not safe. So you're in proximity of that. But I know that's not your job. But we're gonna say you should have did something.
Right. Understand this. The point is not for them though. This is the one thing I want everyone to understand. The point is not for these men who they did this to. That is the real thing I want folks to understand. The point was to send a message to the rest of us. The point was to send a message to the rest of us that if you do not come to the aid of everybody else, you are required to do so. And if you don't, we will take action. This was meant to send a chill and to be a warning shot to Black people everywhere. And the next couple of times this happens, that's what will really get folks' attention. The next couple of times it happens. Now, they're going to try to bury them. Let's just be very clear about that. But the next couple of times that happens, they want the word to get around. If you see something happen to Asians, new rule, you're required to intervene. And then you look around like, okay, well, other folk going to intervene for me? Don't ask about that. You just get to work on what you need to do. Thank you very much for giving us a call. People, they have taken protected class to a whole new level. I mean, let's see the layers of this. They have taken being a protected class to a whole new level. Black people are the only oppressed class of people in America. We get no protection. All these things they're doing for Asians, Black folk been saying this was been done for us a long time ago. And now they've expanded it. Not only are Asians getting protection from the system, they are now mandating protection from the citizenry at large, something Black people have never been able to get. They've been watching Black folk get killed and murdered now for decades, never instituted anything like this. Caller from area code 703, you're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you coming from?
Hey, this is JB from Destitute, Georgia.
JB from
How are you doing?
Destitute, Georgia. I don't think I've ever heard of that. But interesting name. What's on your mind?
It's right between Savannah and Alma.
Oh, I thought it would be right between poverty and homelessness. All right. What's on your mind?
It's actually in Hard Knot County.
All right. What is on your mind?
Yeah, but I just wanted to comment on the topic. Yeah, I find it sad what they're doing with the Black folks and the Asians. You know, I was going to call into your show yesterday about, wait, before I get there, did you say somebody had a nice Tahoe?
Well, yeah, it was an incident that happened up in Virginia.
A Tahoe? I never seen a nice Tahoe, but I wanted to comment on your topic from yesterday and about Africans. It's kind of related to what's going on right here.
Caller from area code 443. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Frank from Fort Worth, Arizona.
Okay, you say your name was Frank?
Yes.
All right, Frank, what's on your mind?
Yeah, you see, the irony is that the other day you made a video talking about how there's no such thing as toxic masculinity. And then now you realize that the only thing that this guy could have done if he decided to react would be to engage in what, feminists like to call toxic masculinity. Because there's no way he would have gone out there and just been polite and then talk them down, He would have had to engage in violence, which is, what we're always told that we as men, we do. And then that's considered toxic masculinity. So I just find it ironic.
Yeah, that's the very interesting part. This is what I'm saying. They catch you on both sides. If you interfere, you're toxic masculinity. If you don't, you're a coward. So it doesn't matter what you do, you will be condemned. The point is not to, quote, help anybody except to help oppress you. So you're absolutely correct. If they had done that, yeah, this is exactly where it goes down. No matter what you do, it is the wrong answer. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 704. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
How's it going, Jason? This is Robert calling out of Concord, North Carolina.
Robert out of Concord. What's on your mind?
That's Robert out of Concord. Sorry about that, sir.
Okay. What is on your mind?
Yes, sir. When I was doing security in California years ago, even when it, had something to do with my job, sometimes I wouldn't get involved to put myself in harm's way. And I didn't do it and I was getting paid. So I sure hell ain't gonna do it as a private citizen.
Well, that's the whole point now. We understand they have deputized white citizens under white supremacy. They did that decades and decades ago. They're deputized. Now they're sending you the message that as a Black person, you have been drafted. You've been drafted to be a protection force for everybody else except yourselves. And that's the real thing about it is you have to actually be trained to do that. Now, when you work security, were you allowed to go off premises and handle situations you saw off premises?
No, sir. They just told us to observe and report.
There you go. So that's for those
even
of
when
you
I was guarding the
trained.
bank, same thing.
Yeah, there you go. Now, there you are at the bank, and of course, we know the security situations at a bank. And here you are even working at a bank, and you were, as a trained security guard, you were never told to leave. if there was, like, for example, if there was a domestic, if you saw a man slapping his girlfriend two doors down from the bank, you're supposed to go out there as well. Hey, you're a security guard. Shouldn't you go provide her security?
Well, even if he was slapping her inside the bank, I'm not supposed to get involved. I'm supposed to say, look, calm down, stop slapping her, and call the cops.
Right. So welcome to the new nigger rule. It's just like, okay, didn't you all tell us we're not supposed to do that? Yeah, well, we had a chance to take a look at this. We feel like you should have gone above and beyond. Above and beyond. Y'all ain't going above and beyond on my benefits, my pay, or my vacation. But now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, my job description has mutated with no prior warning and no prior training. So even for a trained security guard, you would not have been required to do this. Now, here's the other thing. Not only would you not have been required, you would not have been expected to do it. There's my point. They never would have looked at you and expected that. But 3 random black men working at this place, and they are expected to do something that a security guard or an off-duty police officer would not have been expected to do?
And their reasoning was always the bank could be liable, it's a liability, so that's why we don't need you to get involved. And that's why, we don't really want you to carry a weapon. I didn't have a weapon.
Well, okay, here's the other thing. Let's just say this, for example, here, and I want to play the video so you all can see what's happening here. I want you to think about this for a moment. Let's just say you're one of these 3 guys who's working the door at this place. They see this Asian woman being attacked. They run out there and they go grab this guy. And this other fella's well over 6 feet tall, big man. They grab him, try to tackle him. And in the process, all 4 of them land on this elderly Asian woman. Think about that for just a few moments. So let's just say they all go out there and they grab him. And in the process of attempting to stop him, they all fall over on top of this Asian woman who's in her 60s. Now, if you don't think she is going to sue everyone, right now she can't sue anybody but the guy. Well, I mean, her heirs. But I want to think about that for just a few moments. If that had happened, they wouldn't be talking about, we're so glad you went out there. They were talking about, if you hadn't done anything, she'd still be alive. That's what they'd be saying.
Criminal charge.
They would be out there telling you you shouldn't have done anything. So just understand it's not about being correct. It's about getting you no matter what happened. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 904. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Marky from Jacksonville, Florida.
All right, Marky from Jacksonville. What's on your mind? What's on your mind?
Yeah, I agree with you, Jason. My question is, say, for instance, the person go out and help that agent. And, he due to the fact the corporations want him to do that. What about if the guy gets sued? The corporations didn't go back and they leave him alone. They said that was on him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue there. You're going to be on your own. They're sitting up here talking this mess now, but if you had done it, they would have left you high and dry. That's exactly what would have occurred. So, no, if you had done what they're up here egging you on to do now, it wouldn't have turned out that way. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a caller from area code 510. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jason Black, this is Drake from the Bay.
Okay. If you're on speakerphone, you need to get closer to your phone. Better
my
yet,
bad.
take it off the speaker
Hold on,
altogether here. Because, folks, if you're calling up, we're not doing speakerphones. Okay, I think he's been abducted. Caller from area code 484. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jason, this is Dante from Central Philadelphia, my area. This is the stuff. We have to be on point. This Good Samaritan crap is just another way of saying we're slaves, and we submit to white supremacy. So I think the objective for us is to think that the Constitution don't protect us, the laws don't protect us, and it's them against us. So if it's the Koreans, Japanese, or Caucasians, whoever, we have to take our children out of the public school systems, homeschool them, and teach them how to run the business and hire our own people, look out for ourselves, because it's about us. We don't need them, and they sure taking advantage of us. And I'm just sick of the bull crap. It makes me angry to think about that they can make us, subordinates under this Good Samaritan enacted laws. They try to stores, you know, with the white supremacist structure. That's, you know, and this is sickening. So I just want to say my part that we got to stop this madness. B1.
Black First Brother, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 754. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Jason. So this is Marquise calling from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Okay, Marquise from Fort Lauderdale. What's on your mind?
Hello there, sir. Okay, so the first time that we spoke, sir, I told you that I was going to school to become an electrician. Not only have I graduated, sir, but I've also found a job, and it's all thanks to you and your teachings, sir. Thank you very much for all that you do. I'm gonna do my best, not just for myself, but also for you, sir. Okay, Black First.
Well, Black First Brother, why don't you go ahead and send me an email? I'd love to hear about how your story went.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I will.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Once again, this is a place that builds men and women, and the information I've given over the years is reliable and solid because I'm telling you what I've lived, not what I think. So I'm doing my part. I'm taking them one at a time, and I'm getting them together. So we each one teach one. We're taking it one at a time. We're rebuilding Black society one at a time. So believe me, I got 1,000 stories like that out there, and I am honored and humbled at each of them. The entire reason that I started the Black Channel was because I wanted to create a place that gave people access to the information that I wished had been available to me in a central location when I started. And I'm glad to see that it's benefiting them now so that they're able to not just start from zero, but get right information and gives them a good head start. So I'm glad to hear that. Let me get called from area code 859. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Caller from 859. You're on live.
Yes, sir. My bad. My name is Mar from Lexington, Kentucky.
All right, Mar from Lexington. What's on your mind?
Yeah, basically, man, like the ones who like really know, we know what's really going on for us, not even the ages, but the one that's pressing us, so to speak. We know what like the games they playing. They keep on coming up like with different rules to try to like fiddle with us and make us like make certain decisions for us to make mistakes, so to speak. It's on us as a people though to really wake up and to really see what's really going on. Like for the ones who don't see and for the ones who is blind to see, we hate to really like hold them accountable for it. But it's to a point now to where if you don't see, then it's on you. So it's like basically now it's to a point to where if you don't see, then the ones who do see, we got to move on. We got like just leave everything alone as far as going to their stores, going to whatever business that they own, if you want to say, and just really start building our own economics, personally. It starts from the home first, and
it starts as individuals.
Bad, but now,
like the guy just got off the phone with, it starts with you as individuals. If individuals get more powerful, then we'll be a more powerful group of people. And then we can really put some real firepower and funding behind the things that we do.
Exactly.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 954. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, how you doing, Jason? Yeah, I'm calling for Broward County. My name is Al. I'm a truck driver, but I'm also in Lincoln, Alabama at this moment. And I wanted to talk about the situation with the security guard, the person that they said they're supposed to protect the Asian lady. Well, I did security years ago, and yeah, you're not supposed to just get involved with just anything like that. I mean, they tell you that they don't want to get sued, and you could get, fucked up too. At the same time, because they'll just turn on you.
Right. And, first of all, you could be harmed, injured, or killed. That's the first thing. You don't know what you're walking. With police officers, police get let go every damn day for what we would call not doing their jobs. When the thing is like, oh no, if they don't know the situation that they're going into, they're allowed to do it or not do it. Remember, what was that? That was that Newtown where the or was it Sandy Hook? I want to say it was either Sandy Hook or Newtown, one or the other. I want to say I'm now thinking I want to say Sandy Hook. Whether the damn sheriff there left the damn building, like, damn them kids, they shooting up in them. So okay, really?
Yes.
And these guys,
that was in Florida.
Yeah, and you could be allowed to do that. So I'm just saying, okay, this is what I mean by they're being held to a standard that police aren't held to. And they have no training, no weapons, no equipment, no prior knowledge. They don't know what they're looking at. They don't know what they're seeing. For example, what if that woman had a gun? What if the Asian woman had a weapon? And what if the black male in this picture here, in the video, what if he was disarming her? What if she had a weapon, she had a gun, and he had disarmed her? And they go out there trying to stop him, and then she shoots all of them. That's what happens when you don't have all the facts, you don't have all the information, you don't know what in the world's going on. And they're telling, as black folk, we're expendable. Your job is, nigga, get out there and whatever it is. We want all of you to have a chill. We want to send a chill through your society, and we want to send fear through all of you that you will have action taken against you if you don't value other people's lives and well-being far above your own. We're not going to just talk about it. We are going to enforce it. And you understand it, even in your training as a security guard, that you were never told to engage under those circumstances because they told you what you're thinking to yourself, well, I would do like the police, right? No, I'm not. You're not actually proactive. That's not actually what you do. It's supposed to be more defensive. So first of all, you can be injured or killed. That's the first thing. Second of all, the liability involved from the quote unquote victim goes through either the assailant or the victim. You not getting involved doesn't hold you liable. You getting involved, all of a sudden your employer, anybody in earshot, all of a sudden you've made everybody liable. And then last but not least, what I just said here before, you could walk out there attempting to render aid and make the situation worse than it would have been. Now we're going from a situation where this old woman could have been severely injured or killed if y'all fell on top of her or something. Now you've made the situation actually worse. It doesn't make sense. Except in white supremacy.
Yeah. And that's so true. And I know for one thing, the only security that can really like touch you or anything like that are the trained security that are the ones that are in the regular clothing. You know, usually like loss prevention, the ones that they're in the regular clothing, they walk around the store or they walk around the property, but then the ones with the security guard with the uniforms, they're not allowed to touch you. So, and then if you don't have the loss prevention there or the plainclothes security that's trained for that, you call the cops. It's either you call the cops or you call the trained security on your walkie-talkie and they will handle it.
Well, even then,
they're trained for that.
Even then, though, loss prevention, if a dude is, let's just say we're at Macy's and there's a dude in there, doing the damn moonwalk on his girlfriend's head, loss prevention's job isn't to run in there and tackle him.
Exactly.
If you're sitting up here and you're watching something right here, and somebody's doing the Fetty Wap on somebody's head, that's not the security. None of the security people, none of the employees of the store are trained or instructed that you're supposed to run in there and quote do something. Yeah, you're supposed to do something. You're supposed to pick up the phone and call the police. You don't know what's happening. You don't know what you're getting into. You are making all types of assumptions. When you get involved in a situation like this, you are making all manner of assumptions. You are assuming how serious the person that you think is the assailant is. You are assuming how serious you think the person is the victim is not. You are assuming what the capabilities of the assailant are. And you're assuming what their resources are. What if they got a helper? What if they got backup? You are making all types of assumptions. No, you cannot do that. What they're saying, we don't give a damn. We're going to set the precedent that you niggas are liable for the rest of society, and we're not liable for you. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 909. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Khalil, Pomona, California.
All right. Did you say Polio from Paloma?
No, Khalil from
All right.
Pomona, California.
Khalil from Pomona, what's on your mind?
I like to say, who's to say if those doormen would have went out there and assisted that Asian woman, and the police would have showed up and killed them? It happened before in Wolf, Texas, with Jonathan Price.
Yes, it did.
When he went, he was trying to help a couple, and the police showed up, tased him, and shot him 3 times.
Well, remember, I wasn't in Atlanta, in Georgia. Something similar happened. I want to say it was a big case that happened in Georgia. In the chat room, there have been so many of them, I can't remember all the names, but I want to say there was a big pet case that happened in Georgia, which was a scandalous. One of us, he was at a mall, I want to say, in Georgia. It was at a mall or a shopping center, and he went in there to, quote, assist, and they wound up shooting him dead. So, yeah, I mean, absolutely, this can go bad for you before, during, or after. But they're telling black folk that's not your concern. Your job is to jump in there first, risk life and limb, and if you get killed, oh, well, you're the noble dead Negro. Okay, bring me some noble dead Europeans. Let's start there. I need to see the example first. Let me get some noble dead Europeans, noble dead Asians, and after I see about 50 or 100 of y'all, then I will start to consider, didn't say I was going to do nothing, but I'll start to think maybe this concept might possibly get a little more thought to it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 347. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, my name is Stephanie Dews, and I'm calling from Brooklyn, New York.
All right, Stephanie from Brooklyn. What's on your mind?
I just want to say that this whole thing is 100% wrong, and I hope they fight. The union takes this to another level so that they can maintain their jobs plus get back wages. I've done security for 22 years, okay? And we were taught to never interfere in any type of altercation, okay? When I first started doing security years ago, I made that mistake, and I interfered in a fight, but it happened in my lobby, okay? And I wound up sustaining a dislocated left shoulder. And of course, you know, everybody was upset, and they deemed that as a liability, and they wanted to get rid of me at first. You know what I'm saying? So you cannot interfere in any type of altercation. And this whole situation is nothing but it's draconian. You know what I mean? And
well, they're telling them they should have gotten involved in something that wasn't even on the premises. So it's one thing if you got involved in a hairy situation that was actually on the job. This wasn't even on the job. This was outside the premises of their job, and they're being told they should have done something anyway.
Exactly. And another thing, they from what I understand, they were trying to go after the delivery person that was also in the lobby as well. They were trying to figure out who he was. So
yeah, so this is a whole new level of an all-in thing. This is it. It's just like we can grab niggas anywhere.
And it's sad. It's sad, but that's pretty much all I had to say. So, you know, but have a good night and be one. Thank you.
Black First, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Stop and frisk is looking pretty damn tame in comparison now. Now it's just nigga, you should have helped. Caller from area code 516. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Cheryl from Brooklyn.
Okay, Cheryl, take your phone off speaker, or if you're in the bathroom, I need you to come out.
Okay, is it any better?
Okay, what's on your mind?
I'm here. Okay, so listen, I was outraged when all this went down, and I actually went and started a GoFundMe, which has since been taken down because it seems to have been against the policies of GoFundMe to mention anything that may any remotely seem anti-Asian. So this is how upset I was about this, because I work in entertainment productions, etc., and we're never supposed to go outside of our role to stop some kind of incident like this. In the midst of me trying to post something that any funds that were accumulated in GoFundMe would get to the right people, I actually called the union rep. There's a doorman's union rep here in New York City.
Yes, there is.
And the representative is Gene Szymanski, Szymanski. I spoke to him for a little bit. He questioned me, who are you? You know, where are you from? All this stuff. And finally, he broke down and said, look, I've never seen anything like this. We're fighting for these men to keep their jobs. But he said the Asian people in the building are moving out in droves. And that's why these people are throwing their employees under the bus so that these Asian people won't leave this luxury building, which is located, as you said in a previous broadcast, right in the middle of Hell's Kitchen.
Well, it used to be Hell's.
So
Yeah,
this building is placed in a location that nobody, anybody could be like beat up. They probably see this stuff every single day on the damn teleprompter, whatever. So, I just wanted to let you know that I was pissed. I tried.
No, I mean, look, I mean, it is not surprising here. I mean, the Asians have brought their economy to bear. Same thing with Peter Liang. Black folk have gotten stuck on this idea about vote, 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 vote. Asians don't have the population numbers that we have, but they do have economic numbers that we do not have. And what they are showing is that their economic numbers are outweighing our population numbers. They got more political clout and political power than us because they've actually got an economy behind it. So yeah, this is what they always do with Peter Liang and anything else. They bring their economy to bear. And next thing you know, everybody else is like, man, damn your vote. We gonna follow the dollars. So not surprising there. Thank you very much for giving us the call. Let me get a caller from area code 318. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Zach from Shreveport.
Zach from Shreveport, Louisiana. What's on your mind?
Man, the way Asia's been going at black people recently, I almost forgot about the shooting that happened in Atlanta. And it's just constant, non-stop. Like, you could go on Google and type in, Asian man beats black woman, and then, they'll go back to the shooting that happened in Compton. Or they'll, talk about the sister that just recently got arrested. It's just crazy.
Well, I mean, those are the rules they're operating under here now, man. We have to just be aware that it's not just a double standard anymore. It is a regressive standard. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. And please do understand here, folks, since when do landlords in New York City give a damn about people moving out? New York City, since when have they ever given? They have the most overpriced real estate on the planet. Since when have they ever given a damn about people moving out? Since when do they ever try to fight to keep tenants in? Full damn well you're going to have them replaced by sundown. Since when has that ever been a priority? Oh, wait a minute. When there's an opportunity to oppress black people, all of a sudden it's a priority. Caller from area code 323. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, what's going on, JB? This Steve from Compton calling out of Dallas.
Steve from Compton, what's on your mind?
What's going on? Hey, I got a question, but I wanted to say I did loss prevention for Ross the summer right before I went off to college, and like a lot of the callers say, that's one thing they told us not to do. Even if we saw somebody inside the store stealing, we were supposed to show our presence, and if they left the store, call the police. We wasn't even supposed to interact with them if we saw them stealing. So my question is this just a blatant, I'm white and I say so? Because
yes,
if the union fighting, we know that they had no grounds to fire these men. So it's like, this is just one of them, hey, look, this is where it is, and y'all need to accept it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's new rule. It is black folk. We are changing the rules. You are not going to focus on white supremacy. We have a new strategy in place that says we can ignore black people's oppression. We need to focus on, quote, Asians who are not being oppressed and are in the top economic strata in America. So yes, the most privileged people in America, we are now saying they need to be protected. And the most oppressed people in America, we're now saying that they need to be penalized. Yes, sir, brother. This isn't just, I'm white and I say so. This is freaking George Orwell, 1984 in newspeak.
1984.
This is where we at today. I mean, and this is real life. I am not exaggerating this at all. This is where we're at. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get a call from Meritorious 708. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Triple T calling out of Chicago.
Triple T out of Chicago. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this stuff. It is going from ridiculous to just flat out crazy.
The building that I work in, teachers are supposed to be following this ALICE protocol. Alert, inform, examine, evacuate. And none of that pertains to what if somebody is getting the Jesus beat out of them. Personally, as a man, I have to leave each day, go wherever it is I go, with my family, without my family. I have to stoke up myself and say, be ready to deal with anything at any given point in time. And that means, to shut it down as authoritatively and as decisively as possible. Nevertheless, when it comes to somebody outside of those that I need to feel like I need to protect, I'm not going there too quick. Under no circumstances. When I think about the person who is an attorney general and the kind of people who are on the Supreme Court, they advocate for property over people.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what I was saying yesterday about the Dred. I was saying yesterday about the Dred Scott era. That's what I was saying, is that this is the rule that they're putting into place now, that a mule is more valuable than black people. In this case right here, they're telling you that an Asian is more valuable than 4 or 5 black people. That's literally what you're being told. They have literally put a numerical value on our worth. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 520. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Ray from Tucson, Arizona.
Ray from Tucson. What's on your mind?
Not much. Like, when I look at this is going to be, I already know it's going to be a continual thing. Now, what's going to happen is that, for example, if you know, like CPR, if you know, like medical, and if you see someone that, that's unconscious and you don't feel comfortable doing it, from what I was told in basically the first CPR class, like, you don't have to render aid to that person because you'll know if they have any diseases or if they have any chemical stuff. So my question is that if it's someone like an Asian person that's laying on the ground and you don't have any medical equipment, you call 911 and that person still dies, they can still hold that against you.
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, you're walking into a minefield. What this is intended to do is to get black people to just react. It's intended to get black people to act and just react and not to think about it. So we're supposed to get out there and act first, get our heads blown off or anything else. That's what this is intended to do. And as far as how far this could go, I want you all to understand is the media is so hyper involved in this because they're going to be the ones pushing and egging black people on to risk life and limb and to risk their safety and whatnot to do this. So look for the media to look for any video they can anywhere. This time it was 3 doormen who telling them that they should stop here and go leave their job. Next time it's going to be 3 random black people anywhere. It's going to be the reverse of Central Park 5. It's going to be just any 3 random black people. And if an Asian person is harmed and there are any black people anywhere around, they will then be saying, why didn't you all do something? And then be demanding action against you. So mark my words. That's why the media is all over this, because they want another video where they can find some black folks somewhere that they can drag into this. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get a caller from area code 804. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jason. This is Mr. Kendall from Richmond, Virginia.
Kendall from Richmond, what's on your mind?
Yes, sir. I love your channel. I've dealt with Asians. I've stopped dealing with for a long time as a teenager. I'm from Detroit. They always talk to us so wrong. You know, by get out. But here's the story in Richmond. I worked for one as a pickup job doing banquets, Asian weddings. And
okay, brother, give us your story in 15 seconds or less. We don't have all night.
Got you. I worked with them as a banquet server. I'm the only black guy there, so I served them. But as they were leaving, we were done cleaning up, and I would go out as they were going to their cars. They were holding their purses and all that stuff like they were scared after I served them.
I'm like, dude, you guys are ridiculous. Like, you know I'm the only guy there. And then they just feel like I'm gonna do something to them after I serve them. That's all.
But if you're standing,
if
you're standing between them and $1, all of a sudden they're fearless. Amazing how that works, by the way. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 832. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Tony from Des Moines, Iowa.
Tony from Des Moines, what's on your mind?
I just want to say that I've been around a lot of Asians and Latinos. I speak Spanish and I speak Cambodian. They say a lot of stuff to us that we can't understand. And when they're starting to arrest Black people for these so-called insults, and if you knew the stuff that they were saying to us, it's just crazy to me. Especially when they go into these nail salons. They're just sitting there speaking their language, talking down on everybody. They should all be arrested then.
That's the point I made last night, is that Black people have never been protected under these verbal assault allegations. We've never had that protection. If we were, half of white society would be in jail today. So no, it's just like Me Too and everything else. The laws are already on the books. They're just only using them against us, but they're already on the books. We should have had these protections a long time ago if these protections were legitimate. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 516. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Jerry from Hackensack, New Jersey. But yeah, just wanted to speak on this. I can actually relate to this firsthand. I was a doorman in New York City, actually in Forest Hills, about 5 blocks from where you put the billboards at. And in that situation, you're not supposed to leave. You're not supposed to leave and intervene. That's actually considered abandonment of post.
Correct. That's what I was saying before. I've been saying this the entire time, is that they actually are telling you need to abandon your job. You need to get up. Yep. That's why I was giving the analogy about McDonald's. Imagine that you're at the counter at McDonald's. You look across the street, some guy is having an argument with his girlfriend, and the person at the drive-through window hands you back your credit card and then leaves to go run out the front door. Or the folks who are back there making, if you're going to imagine being at the Social Security office and you're there to get a new Social Security card, and there's a disturbance across the street, and 3 of the workers of Social Security, or the DMV. Imagine you're there at the DMV to get a new driver's license, and they get up and leave so they can go across the street and go deal with something else. Imagine how insane that would look and insane that would be. Well, welcome to the world of white supremacy. Sane is whatever they say it is now.
Exactly. Now, hopefully, with the union intervening and everything, they can get their jobs back, and then they'll pretty much back them for whatever time they lost out on.
Well, hopefully that is the case there, but just understand they are united now. These folks are uniting, and that minority coalition has died a quick death. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 984. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, Jason. How you doing? This is Bernard from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Bernard from Raleigh, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, they're basically, they testing us. They don't have long. Rejoice. They do not have long. Don't believe everything you see and everything you hear is an illusion. That's all he has to go on at this stage of things.
Thank you very much for giving us the call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 317. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Deshaun from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Deshaun from Indianapolis, what's on your mind?
It's something that I've been seeing as far as us and like the Asians, but it's been like bigger than us, kind of with just us and them Asians in America. It's like when I look at Africa, like a day or two ago, they just gave what African government just gave, I guess, the Chinese, like it's either 20 acres or 200 acres of some African people's land that they've been having in their families for generations. And then when I look at how China is treating African immigrants over there, it seems like it's just like one big old worldwide. It's like a conspiracy all in one. And I had a question to ask you. Am I seeing it right, or what you think about it?
You are seeing it correctly. Those are the facts as they exist on the ground. Unfortunately, Africans have a self-hating culture that they don't realize what that is. So the people who hate them, they're trying to snuggle up to, and the only people who are actually trying to help them, Black people in the diaspora, they've got animosity towards. So what you're really seeing is that Africans do not believe in Pan-Africanism, and they are fully of a mind that they are somehow going to deal with white supremacy by ignoring its existence, and that's not the way it works. It will not work that way at all. Thank you very much for giving us the call. Now we get caller from area code 336. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Maurice Abdul.
Maurice Abdul, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. What people ain't asked is all of this stuff is going on during the George Floyd trial. And it's amazing to me that all of this Asian hate stuff is going on right in the middle of the George Floyd trial. And what I'm thinking is they're trying to distract people from what happened to him and throw it off on this Asian hate shit.
Well, I think
Asian,
what it is I think it's more
Asians
for
all
white
up in my
society.
neighborhood.
Okay, I think it's
Ain't
more
nobody
than-
fucking with them.
All right, I think it's more for white society is what I think it is. I think that this
Yeah,
thing
of
right
course.
here is that they feel like Derek Chauvin is about to take it on the chin. So to try to make white society feel better about it, just remember every
I
time
don't
black
think
folk
he
get a
will.
W, white they try to turn things into an L somehow, some way. So the way I see it is they're trying to steer it in that direction. So even if he goes down, we'll take a look. We already given Negroes that work and whatnot. So in my opinion, this is more for white society's benefit than ours to say, look, we got a strategy in place to disenfranchise black folk, and it's going to be squeaky clean, and our fingerprints aren't on it. So we found a proxy way of being able to do that. So keep your eyes on that. We'll see how that goes. Let me get caller from area code 224. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, hello, Jason. This is Mason from Chicago.
Mason from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I was talking to a bunch of people here in Chicago, and of course they're white, and they're saying that black people should just help out. They should have did something. And I'm thinking, like, you made a good statement earlier saying you can't make these assumptions. And then you saw, like what you said last week, that the guy was so big, he killed his mom. You couldn't assume anything about him. If he was on any drugs, if he was a killer or not, you didn't know. And then some people don't realize that if you go into these situations, you have a huge adrenal dump. So I don't care how much you bench, how fast you are, how good you can fight, your technique, all that drops down like 5 notches.
Well, also
And
there's a
with that
difference.
television.
Well, understand something. There's a difference between handling dead weight and handling live weight. There's a difference between picking up, a love seat and trying to manhandle another human being. Your love seat ain't fighting you. In the words of the Bruce Lee film, bricks don't hit back. They don't do that. So another human being, that you can't approach that as, well, he's a certain size and a certain weight. That's not the way it's going to work. It's not going to work the way. And people know this. This is really about tempting black folk to go out there and making it clear that, look, we are making it clear that you do not have the value of other people. We are making some outrageous requirement of you that is not being made of anybody else, so we can solidify in your heads that your value is officially lowered below everyone else. Thank you very much for giving us a call today. Let me get caller from area code 310. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is TG out of Los Angeles. How you doing?
All right, brother. What's on your mind?
Man, so it's just interesting because they had that robotic dog in New York the other day. That has its own AI that guides it through whatever neighborhood you want. It takes pictures, gives live feedback to the cops. And now you have it where black people went from being the heroes in November. We got Biden in there, save the nation, to, we're talking what, like 6 months later at the most, black people are now like the #1 terrorists like in the country. So it's crazy how fast they turned that around, and you and Professor Black Truth were calling it out the whole time, saying white supremacy doesn't have any moves, and boom, like they tried to do the Asian thing. Like when we were coming up earlier in the 90s, it was gay people that needed to come up. So now they have every right under the sun, and then now Black people were finally the victims. We were not the victims, but our oppression, our suffering was finally realized. And now they're saying we're attacking Asian people. It's just like, dang, like November to April, really? Just like that? Okay.
Oh, yeah, just that. I told everybody before here, they are not going to let the grass grow under their feet. They are going to get on it. The media is lockstep with them. They are getting on it from day one. They are not wasting a single second. They are putting the strategy in place right now. They're as sloppy as it looks, as obvious as it looks. Yes, they are going for it, and they're going for it now. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 469. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Thomas calling from Dallas.
Thomas from Dallas. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, Jason, this is a campaign they're running. This is COINTELPRO all over again. And also it's Biden's law. If you notice, when Trump was in office, none of this was happening until Biden got in office. And they're running this campaign on us, man, that they ran on us back in the 60s with the COINTELPRO, that they attack Black men. And they're going after the Black men, and they're going after the Black women, and they're going after the Black child, and with any means necessary to try to destroy us.
I mean, the idea here is to get Black people to be cowed under, because let's just say it like it is now. I mean, we really got to tell the truth about this stuff. Sitting here on the page, if you all take a look here, yikes. Oh, well. There you go. I mean, they know Negro responses. They know bootlicking responses. They know how Negroes act. When white folk tell them jump, Negroes say how high. So they know. They know. And so that's what they're counting on, is that we don't sit up here and be like, wait a minute, boss, let me show you that I understand what you want me to do now. And they're checking to see how many are going to bow under, and if they can get that to be the new wave. Our job is to make sure it doesn't happen. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 312. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jason. It's Janine from Chicago. How you doing?
Okay, Janine from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Janelle from Chicago.
Oh, Janelle from Chicago. Okay, your phone broke up. What's on your mind?
Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to just make a comment and say that from my perspective, I think a lot of this stuff is staged. Like they're hiring some people to do this kind of stuff because it just doesn't make any sense. Here in Chicago, I haven't heard about any attacks or anything except for on like the West Coast and the East Coast. So I'm just like, man, I hope they don't bring this to Chicago and, all this stuff just start kicking off. For me personally, as a Black woman, I have stopped patronizing their businesses for a long time now. I get my hair products from Walmart, or if I can't find like anything online, to a Black vendor. And I don't eat the food, and my nails, you just see the way that they look right now. They look really bogus, but I believe in our cause and standing firm and stand on code. And I just wish a lot of other Black women would just get on board and see like what's really going on, because they don't know that they could possibly be next. People want to play these silly games until it hits home. You know what I'm saying? But to go back to what I was saying originally, I really do think that a lot of the stuff is like made up, or like not made up, but they're paying these people to do this. For example, the girl in Chinatown from your show yesterday, I don't know any Black girls, professional, unprofessional, hood, not hood, that bypasses all of the shops in our neighborhood to go to Chinatown and get their nails done. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So at this point, I think a lot of the stuff is just they're just acting at this point.
Well, I agree with you totally. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. And I was pointing out here before how it is. I mean, this guy right here, you're not hearing folk talk about this. You're not hearing folk talking about this. I can show you all 3 or 4 stories right off the top here of white men who are out here not just committing one act, out here committing multiple acts. Multiple acts. So when they're talking about those numbers of quote unquote who's attacking Asians, what they aren't talking about is, oh, I mean, man, take a look at the numbers. Okay, well, who is actually involved and who's actually doing it? Yeah, that's where the difference comes in. That's where the difference comes in. Let me get caller from area code 330. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Ryan. I'm calling from outside of Cleveland.
Ryan from Cleveland. What's on your mind?
What's happening, man? I just wanted to call in and say that a few months back, I talked to you and asked you what I could do as a white man to help. And you gave me some good advice. And so, you know, I've been going, you know, talking a lot in my community, like you said, and, you know, mixed results, but either way, all good. And, but I noticed that, you know, people were okay with getting on board with, you know, oh yeah, what happened with George Floyd was messed up. They were okay with that. But when it came to, you know, doing any changes to everything that you talk about, people weren't cool with that. You know, they wanted the rising tides rise all boats theory. And when it came to all the executive orders, people weren't cool with that. They were like, well, you know, it is helping Black people. And then now the Stop Asian Hate thing, you know, it's like, where's the Stop All Hate, you know? And it's like, I'm talking to people about the Asian thing, and then they're just like, oh, it's like, nobody wants to hear it, you know? And it's the things you say, man, they just become more and more true as I, you know, do what I'm doing and I pay more attention, you know? And I just want to say thanks for your advice. And I've been following it and I'm still here.
Well, thank you very much for your help. We definitely appreciate that and keep at it. Like I say, we didn't get into this mess overnight. We're not going to get out of it overnight. There are a lot of powerful people who are putting a lot of resources behind maintaining the status quo. Our job is to show them that it will fail. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 213. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
How you doing? This is Dave from Los Angeles.
Dave from Los Angeles. What's on your mind?
How you doing? Yeah, so I was just hearing what the last caller was saying, and you know, when all this, you know, stuff was going on with us, you know, people were chanting Black Lives Matter. You heard those ones saying, you know, all lives matter, but it seems like with this here, you know, with the stuff going on with the Asians, there is no all lives matter. Everybody's on board with the, you know, with the Asian lives matter, and you know, this propaganda with the Asians being attacked.
Well, like I say, I mean, there are some folks out there who are paying attention and others who are not. You'll pay the price one way or the other. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 936. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay, caller from 936 has been abducted. Caller from area code 470. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Mike out of Atlanta.
Mike out of Atlanta. What's on your mind?
Yeah, today I was out with my family, and for some reason, and I've been seeing this, it's in the last couple of months, it's been a flood of Asians here in Atlanta, and you can tell that they're straight off the boat. It's really crazy. I've never seen this many here. Like, it was like, oh, I just blinked one day and I was in Costco. Even today, just being out with my family, I've seen nothing but Asian after Asian after Asian. I've always seen a lot of Black, a lot of white.
No, we're seeing this everywhere.
There are a few Asians.
I want you to understand,
all of a sudden,
we're seeing this everywhere now. We're seeing this not just in Atlanta. You're seeing this in Atlanta. You're seeing this in New Orleans. You're seeing this in Dallas, in Houston. All these areas where Black folk are. Let's just be very, very clear about where that is. They're not just going anywhere. They are dumping them where Black people are. And that's very clear in Black people's voting districts. They are determined to break Black people's hold on anything. So they are dumping all non-Black immigrants are being dumped in areas where Black people are. And these are your Democrats who are doing that, working lockstep with the Republicans as well, by the way. But yes, you are absolutely correct.
Exactly.
That's not an illusion. I got any number of black folk who are telling me about the voter drives they wanted to do and stuff like that. So no, that's not an illusion. That and this has been going on for a while. But first of all, remember the Asians have been slowly building their economy out there in the Atlanta area, while black folk are out there wearing skinny jeans, but the boys are wearing their thongs at the mall. That's what's going on out there.
Oh yeah, in Duluth, Georgia, if you go down Pleasant Hill Road, you see the Super H Mart. They have a whole shopping center, like all of down Pleasant, up and down Pleasant Road. They have Fifth First Bank, all East West Bank, their banks, all their stores. They're all in Korean or Vietnamese or whatnot. They're not even in English, and they have their whole economy. It's crazy. Like I was even at the Walmart in line getting a pharmacy prescription, and the pharmacist told one of the ladies, "Your passport is expired. I cannot give you anything because your passport." Lady, she's a Korean woman with an expired passport, trying to get a prescription. I was like, "Wow."
Yeah, it's amazing.
You're over here with expired.
Well, this is what I was saying here before. Black men can't get a job as a truck driver unless you go to school and get your CDL. And they're bringing these folk over here from overseas and putting them straight to work and not requiring. They're not even required citizenship. They're not even required documents. So you got to have a CDL to drive an 18-wheeler. And this son of a gun don't even have to have a driver's license. Think about that for a few moments. This is a deliberate, targeted strategy being implemented against us. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Brothers and sisters from around the world, the threat is real. The threat is real. You have now been officially informed that you have been subjected now to official non-citizen, non-human status. You are now a beast of burden, and your job is to serve as the guard dogs for everyone except for yourself. And if you do not, they are going to take action against you. That is exactly where we are now. If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the Haven of Intelligent Black Thought. We do this every weekend, over 120,000 subscribers and rising. We are not a little thing. If you haven't clicked that red subscribe button, you need to go ahead and do so now. YouTube has us under a shadow ban. What does that mean? That means I post videos, I tell people I'm here, but YouTube does not recommend it. YouTube does not share it. YouTube does not suggest it to other people. They block us. So the videos get posted, but YouTube does not share it on people's pages, nor do they notify people of when we are live. So what are we going to do about that? You are what we're going to do about that. I want you to share what we're doing. YouTube won't do it, but you can. This is the news and information that everybody needs to have. But furthermore, it is a Black media forum that we must have. It is the only one that serves our interests. So make sure that you are clicking that red subscribe button so that we can count you amongst our numbers so that people can see we're not a little thing. All the people who have clicked subscribe go together and get congregated and aggregated together to show people what our reach really is. So YouTube can try to hold us down, but over 120,000 people have come here and said, this is the real thing. This is the Black media. So join us for that. If you haven't been to our website, blackchannelfilms.com, you want to go there now. Check out our documentary work, 7 a.m., Gentrified, and Race War. These are groundbreaking, best-selling, Amazon best-selling documentaries, and you want to check those out. So 7 a.m., Gentrified, and Race War. Pick those up now at blackchannelfilms.com, available on Amazon for streaming and rental. Go to blackchannelfilms.com. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program, either by PayPal or Cash App. It is very much appreciated. I thank you all for giving more than just lip service. Just knowing that you're supporting is really what is important. So I want to thank all of you for going above and beyond. You've shown that you appreciate us, and I want you to know I hope that we are worthy of your esteem. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, Black is the future, and the future is uncompromising.